have to hold on. There we go. And now it's Limbus Company time. And here's the thing, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Oh my god, it's Uma Musume. Get it? Because he's a horse.
Yeah, like BoJack Horseman.
Yeah.
They should put him in Uma Musume.
Is he a racehorse?
I
thought he was an
played
actor.
secretary. Well, he played Secretariat in the autobiography.
They don't even have Secretariat in that game, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
In
Anyway,
BoJack Horseman.
they added a Princess
Oh, yeah.
Maker, fucking mini game to this.
Wow. It lets you make a princess.
Do you know Princess Maker? It's like a RPG where you play as a parent.
Oh yeah, Peanut Butter Gamer did a video on it.
The Peanut Butter Gamer.
Yeah, that's how I know it. Yeah, the Peanut Butter.
I wonder how much I could get away with just doing and saying. The whole was chill with a tense air. And those all present all sat in complete silence. She's evil. That's context you need to know if you're going to understand this.
Why would you say that about her?
Because she's evil. She's against us, which makes her evil.
Or that,
Yeah.
you know what, that's prejudice.
Everyone who's against
you know
me
what?
is
I am
evil.
biased. I like myself, and anyone who's against me is wrong.
They're evil. They're not wrong, they're evil.
Yeah. Well, if you're wrong, you're evil. Then there was Zhao Yuanchun with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer. And at the center of it all said Zhao Shichun, unsure of what to say next. Well, everyone. Zhao Yuanchun, seated next to the hierarch's seat upon which Shichun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Wait, wasn't she supposed to fuck off? Wasn't she like, I'm only in town for a little bit. I was only here because I work at H Corp or Q Corp now.
They explain that.
Oh. Honored heads of houses, lords from each family, their proxies. All proxies? The index is here. She nods lightly, acknowledging our awkward presence. And Shitun's guests who stay here at H Corp seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Hey. Fuck off. We won and you lost, idiot. Yippee! Is she technically from Q Corp? What's up with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that? Our H Corp? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous, especially with Shi-Chun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly, she is using the pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. Oh. She's trying to claim the thing for herself, as we are all aware. Venerable, the former Jamu, has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of the greatest import, the momentousness of which steered the very course of H Corp's prospects. Also, she drowned after turning into a fucking turtle or something. With a fucking worm. Even after I departed the family for a Q Corp. Venerable Ja Mu has always written missives to confer such matters with me. Something about it smelled suspicious, but we'd already missed the window to challenge her to present us with the proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the Venerable Ja Mu's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H Corp. Kill her! Well, what a grandiose and self-important introduction. It seemed clear to me that she considered herself to be the main character of the scene or something. Your grace certainly befits your station, Lady Yuan-Chun. We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hongwan, despite your already saturated schedule. Oh my god. This guy. He did charge, right? He's the guy who's like, all your party members are still alive? You haven't been sacrificing them enough. We can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady Yuan-Chin.
Yeah.
He stumbles over his word in the meeting, and he sits down, he's like, fuck, I look like an idiot!
Ow.
Ah, my parents, a true shame they couldn't be here. I've always sung praises of your expertise. Oh, hi, Wing Chao. I wondered what his deal was, but apparently he's gonna be important in this Intervallo. Responses from the participants are just as protracted, only obsequious instead of arrogant. As heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces foreign to Hongwan, their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom we had the pleasure of meeting during the family hierarch war. Very well, then shall we welcome Zhao Shichun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Hongwan's family hierarch? Greeting. Ah, fuck, you can't stutter. Kill her. Send the hate show. Shichun. Gather the hate show and execute her. For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H Corp. Zhao Shichun's expression immediately sours as Yuan-Chun unceremoniously cuts her off self-introduction. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of new major policy items that have been tabled for far too long. Distributive contribution rights auctioning policy. Quarterly amnesty policy. Hold on, big sister. Passing the distributive contribution rights auctioning policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before reconstruction days, and the quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantage to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Shichun stutters a little, flustered, before continuing. My point is these policies are going to rattle H Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies were pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of a select few families and high-ranking officials of H Corp, and then Yuan-Chun's like, yes, that's the point! Ahem, if I may, Venerable Hierarch, lining the pockets, that is quite an odd turn of phrase to refer to the bare minimum of respect the society might repay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? Kill yourself! Oh, before we continue, Shichun, I'm not entirely certain if you are aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family hierarchy, perceived value of Hongwan has been racing for the lack of the better word, rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hongwan's concern and its lack of faith in the newly appointed family hierarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation freefall and restore prosperity. She's like, the shareholders are gonna kill you! Yeah, okay, and that's the family hierarch's job, right? Why are you... If you had perused H Corp's articles of association, you would have known that should H Corp be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the four great houses and the board of directors' voice may also carry de facto power in the assembly. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in a state of crisis. state of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family hierarchy was legitimate, down to the final approval. Those unseemly rumors and slander are tanking our value, which we have built up assiduously through the years upon years of toil. So what is this, if not a state of crisis? Oh my god. It's like we're in a fucking Chinese court, and it's like, actually, we're doing fucking, this could be a fucking US boardroom, for all I know. Who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarch's qualities when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? Jia Yuanchun was somehow turning the room against Shichun without presenting a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who was single-handedly taking H-Corp. She hasn't even fucking done anything yet! No one in the assembly, not a single representative from any families present, stepped up to point out how Shichun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Hongwan's front yard. Or how she definitely maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within Daguanwan. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension despite her relative inexperience, but everyone in Hongwan's board of directors, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all had somehow inconceivably slipped their minds. So, you take yourself to be a qualified individual for that responsibility, Shichun? Very well, then proceed. You were all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years' quarterly net revenue records for Hongwan singularity-related businesses, your calculations on next year's fiscal debt forecasts, and the exact recipe and variation numbers for the bonuses that have been registered in the last 5 years. That's, The Venerable Hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You must all be aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. We are still indexing all available materials to... Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Hongwan has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Hongwan's historical statistics. Yeah, that's because of the fucking... Oh my god. You know what grinds... Hey, Lois, you know what grinds my gears? Clang Clang.
Man, I can't believe there was Pokemon news today.
Yeah, Mega Halucha.
Yeah. I don't like the design.
I think it's cool. You must have known how the previous family hierarchs were all directly supplied with an immense repository of information through the Xiaohuang worm or something of the equivalent.
Yeah, the worm. The worm of knowledge.
Oh yeah, it goes into your brain and then you become part of the fucking hive mind.
Oh, like in Dune, maybe.
Yeah, you have to, like, do lines of the spice melange. And she's using it to target Shichun's weakness, knowingly asking questions that she, the first family hierarch without the Anomna worm, couldn't possibly answer. The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of the hierarch, Jia are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the wing to someone who is so evidently unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstance, you could just say, okay, then you give the presentation if you want to be the hierarch. Jesus fucking Christ. Vote of no confidence? In Chancellor Valorum? This is just like Star Wars. A motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from office. They're going after Shichun's power. So this is the picture Jia Yuanchun wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling through her first meeting to the total and near unanimous lack of support from the H-Corp board of directors. Whatever jargon they're on about, seems to be they've got not an ounce of respect for the lass or us. Never trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first ones to kick you out the moment they no longer see you as useful. It's Heathcliff. You're not the only one who's pissed off. The original Star Walker shows up, fades in. This board of directors is pissing me off. Can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Don't need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know. Heathcliff is literally me. My ass would have left the share long ago if it weren't for this, lads. In H Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family hierarch's powers will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Oh, so they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is some needlessly convoluted way, too. The Assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against family hierarch Joshua Chun to the floor? Hold on, the vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly. The Shi family has no objections. Let's say the Wong family has no objections. Let's say for the sake of argument. Shui family, too. The rest of the previous family heads seem to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power wore more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying in Jia Yuanshun's good graces. New faces. Same old. And needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. This is far too vexing to simply watch and do not. Right? I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. They're walking all over Shichun like she's not even here. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm not gonna hesitate to make myself heard again. This time, I ought to be courageous. Your help, Don Quixote. Come on, let's do this together, okay? Very well, I'm in agreement. Oh no! The goon squad is doing. There are no objections. Objection! The assembly will put this resolution to a vote in a month, and 3. Here, I objection! Bloody, oh, have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall at the center of the entire room's undivided astonishment, alone. Huh? Don Quixote, still firmly in her seat, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become, with such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. Certainly mine efforts have finally borne fruit. What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff suddenly rub off on you or something? No, wait. What happened? What happened to objecting together? Ho, I had taken thy suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels, borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze in the Department of LCC. Now that Sinclair has forgot that she has her fucking memories back. Disputes and succession of power on such high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash grandstanding. Wouldst thou not agree? Why are you normal all of a sudden? Lad, what just happened? What happened to the clammy meek boy? Well, that's... I guess I just assumed that this is how Limbus Company rolls now. There seems to have been an unexpected outburst from Chichun's guests. Withdraw your objection, and we will consider this a momentary loss of control and not enter it as an official statement. A minor lapse in judgment. Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her abilities. So please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Chichun demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of family hierarch? Hi, Clever. What the scallop? His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't, and how could anyone? How could anyone when we all have a very clear view of her path to the ascension? During the family hierarch evaluation, Jia Baoyu donated the coins he received from Jia Qiyu to you, essentially. You pity-partied your way to victory. Pity-partied? And for your ascension, Jia Qiyu and those outsiders from an upstart company had to almost literally carry you to the seat. Has there ever even been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? But we have not all been witnesses to the qualities you exhibited during the family hierarch evaluation in your own ascension. You must have no shame, snaking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. Who the hell is this? That's when quiet, even footsteps broke through Zhao Yuanxun's merciless dismantling of Zhao Shichun. Oh, she's here! Yet I see the point. The hierarch with her grace needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak, but proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement, coming from a fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I could only Thank you! Zigong gets it. I could only presume from your verbosity that the right to speak in this forum was open to all outsiders. She really is a great tactician. You have said it yourself, no? That the vote on the no confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarch war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very well. A fair challenge between clans, which would preclude the participation of the family hierarch's facial packs and the Jialan guards. So you would remove her Pao and Ju before the game even begins? Why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both academia and martial arts, if such is the case? What audacity! Do you truly have that much faith in Jia Qiqun's abilities? You must know the consequences of failing these matches, no? It would be a unanimous one-sided end to the vote of no confidence, and naturally, any and all rights pertaining to the family hierarch shall be transferred to the board of directors. That's fine by us. You are free to choose any champion who you see fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. But in the midst of the confused, flabbergasted silence from the other sinners, a clear, carefree, yet defiant voice rings out, Honglu's retort. That's not true at all, big sister Yanchun. We actually have just as much confidence in Shichun as she does. His wide eyes stare directly and unblinkingly into Jia Yuanchun. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Impudent child, how dare he stare me down like that? Oh my god. You have no chill. You have zero chill. You would not make it as family hierarch for fucking 4 seconds. Then you are welcome to try. 1 month. You have 1 month to prove before all an audience that she is indeed fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance would be no different from those that the traitors are facing, wouldn't you agree? Well then, we shall excuse ourselves now. Wait, Zigong turns around toward us with that same mysterious smile, and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. We may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family hierarch. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless of for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take, not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past Dagon and Wan's walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not to relent now and relinquish but a part of your powers as the family hierarch to the board of directors? It seems that this fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. Holy fuck. My lord has spoken in the past that when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Zhao Qiqun's masters, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. Zigong gestured confidently toward the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. How is Dante gonna help?
I believe in Dante.
She can't understand them at all.
What if they need to know what time it is?
Dante doesn't even tell you what time it is.
Oh, what? This clock is useless.
It's a doomsday clock, boss.
Oh, dude, that's awful. Why did they let him walk around? 12 teachers.
We were planning to train Jia Qichun anyway, but it seems that we are now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said the LCB was going to help me out, did you guys mean that you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly?
Yes.
Of course not, Qichun. Big sister Yuan Chun's an old snake. You've just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall, to prove the world once and for all that I'm not qualified to be the family hierarch. But Qichun, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do, but now, things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right. I pretty much lucked into this position. Don't tell me that woman's bullshit actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of a family hierarch might be too much. Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observations from our previous interaction. The heck, Qichun? I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend not to know who we were, didn't you? Where'd all that confidence go, girl? That actually got under her skin back then, huh? So, Qichun, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? If I let it happen, Big Sister Yuanxun's going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is the implication that her testaments on the influence were true? Yep, it's true. Before she left Q Corp, Big Sister Yuanxun used to always accompany Jamu to these assemblies. If we were just let them hold the vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarch's scope of power. And who knows, they might even call for a re-evaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yuanxun, I think her definition of Hongwan's prosperity might be different from mine. What she's looking for isn't H-Corp's prosperity, it's Dagan Wan's. And I know this all has something to do with ties to Q-Corp, which I bet has already been going on for a while just under my radar. I'm sure they've already had plenty of talks behind my back. Which is not the kind of vision you have for Hongwan's future, right? And that's why you spoke up against her? My vision for Hongwan is, I want to change H-Corp to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this in only 30 days. Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It has. Great, so it's decided then, huh? We just need Pao to deliver the bad news to Sod. So, to summarize, the responsibility of training Qichun to win these matches, I mean these amorphous tests, upon which hinges the family hierarch's fate, and almost every facet of which is entirely under Jia Yuanxun's control, by the way, and is probably a trap within the next 30 days is ours. And we have to explain that to Sod. Oh, wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Post-mortem reports have become quite rote. Prithee, thou must impress upon the illustrious red gaze that 'twasn't my idea this time.
Quite.
Don Quixote's like, it's not my fault this time! It's not my fault! I know it's always my fault, but it's not my fault. Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote as she made her desperate plea towards Sod. Yes, and I understand that as well, for the 8th time. As always, Sod was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which those sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great. Then let's give it our best. Sinclair mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah, so let's give it our best? I totally agree. We messed everything up again, and what? Limbus Company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Joshua acclimatize herself to the responsibilities of the family hierarchy. It was always part of our plan. Well, I sure am glad that I took Faust's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCB's missions. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incident reports back during the J-Corp incident had I known.
True.
I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he left Zilu and I here to look after the new family hierarch's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Oh, so that's what they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors not but putty in Yuan Shen's hands. And that would have led to that snake to de facto assume the seat of family hierarch, and then probably give control over to Q-Corp. Against such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon, the most viable strategy is the most direct one, to challenge her head-on. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you needed to prolong your company's stay in Dagangwan? This is also a prime opportunity for Jia Shichun to further solidify her influence here, depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence. They have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but are we not even going to consider what might happen if we fail? No, we are not, because you will not fail, not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back there when you said that we were all going to teach Jia Shichun? All 12 of us? I won't object to selecting only a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. Kill Sinclair. By the way, we already have an established internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely up to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Miss Otis, that is a statement mired in narrowed vision rife with factual refractions. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. Otis is like, we have to kill Yi Sang, and Yi Sang's like, I'm actually a great teacher. So you must be the one who placed last in that scale.
Whoa.
Just Don't say anything, bud. Best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted then. My lord has said that from the virtuous we may learn to replicate their merits. From the flawed we may learn to avoid their failings. As long as the student is willing to learn, anyone, anything can be a teacher. I also, to embrace this teaching, seek from all those who we come across. Just what in the heavens are you doing? I am preparing a lesson plan for young Shichun, our family hierarch. Wow, you sure got on that fast. So what are these yellow wormy things here? Aha, 'tis a star, twinkling in its radiance. According to the schedule you have prepared, the student would have -3 hours available for sleep. This lesson plan's execution will require cooperation from team. I love Merceau looking at this clearly fucked up lesson plan and going, we have to slow down time.
The only
Merceau, my beloved. Would be a mistake most fatal indeed. I shall correct it post-haste. Zhigang was staring at Don Quixote's expression of her wild artistic merit upon the curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Wait, is that supposed to be Zhigang's grimace? Of course, each to their own, I suppose. I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lesson plans in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Seagog. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves. So I understand it couldn't have been easy. No! Don't do self-deprecating humor like that. You could say that I have learned my lesson. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. Oh,
You can learn a lot from books.
You could learn a lot from books. Oh, another student. I see that you have all individually worked on your lessons plans as per Zigong's request. I have received... Is that's Zilu?
Maybe.
Oh, the little rabbit pin. That's great. I've received a total of 12 lessons plans. Hold on, shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager has decided to spare their precious time to teach a class. Huh, yeah, I handed in my lesson plan too. That is because... so who didn't do their homework? After the brief silence, everyone turned to look around and looked at one of the sinners. It ain't me! Oh, please, at least try to make a compelling argument. No, it's not you. It's me. You think you've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Well, that's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. I assume he's the second student. Actually, in Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, are these papers? Oof, I'm done. Sorry, I got too into making a lesson plan and just couldn't stop myself from writing. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed that big bundle of sweat-soaked papers into Zilu's hands. I like that Zilu's basically oh, it's a robe. Okay, I thought she was just wearing a fucking, like, she's like, I'm just wearing pajamas. It's my, I'm on vacation, technically.
She's just chilling.
Yeah, she's just being chilling. But no, it's a robe.
Oh.
And she received it with mild trepidation. You seem to have dedicated quite the momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. What's up with her? Let's start reviewing from the first of the stack. 108 analytical approaches to Estete's AAA. What does AAA mean, and how do we plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Appreciation of artistry and assassinations. F you went too far. Fucked up, went too far. Flip a page and continue. Oh, okay. She was mad that he said it. Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. What paint did you use? It's quite viscous and the paper has partially melted. Oh, lady, watch yourself. You almost got some on my arm. Ah, painting. Zilu? Entrails coating the world. Now you know how the Estetes appreciate the artistry of slaughter. Just what the hell did you paint in that paper? Hey, get it together. Zilu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on the paper must have given her quite the shock. I like the idea of Zilu, a professional killer, right, who also does other stuff, but she also kills people professionally.
Oh, okay.
Looks at whatever Ryoshu's got going on, and she's like, alright, this is too much. My mind wandered for a moment. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson, thus it goes to the discard pile. Weak sauce.
What kind of weak sauce, man?
What do you mean weak sauce?
It's just a little weak sauce.
Zilu crumpled up the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next, Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Chapter 1, How to Shake Hands with Your Left Hand When the Situation Calls. Oh my god. Ryushu is a freak. Yeah, we know. Is this Yi Sang? Oh, it's Gregor.
Gregor
Chapter 3, Projecting Confidence and Why Having a Bug Arm is Totally Cool. That's you know how it is. Be proud of who you are and all that philosophy stuff. I wanted this lesson to give a bit of a paradigm shift where we can all come to see our flaws not as failings, but as evidence of our individuality. Oh, wait, he's actually cooking. Which will usher in a world where we can carry on with our lives, no matter what kind of arm we have. This card, next. Zilu quickly flipped through the pages. Intro to Denigrative Linguistics, subheading, the power of words, sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. My credentials include the ability to dress down an opponent so hard they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. I have plans for application as well. The lesson teaches methods pertaining to disguising compliments and criticisms and vice versa. Honestly, this would... You should pass this one. All of this seems rather difficult to learn. I have concluded from my hitherto observations that Josh Yuchun is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. Is this a curriculum to make the best brawler or the best family hierarch out of me? Zilu seemed quite interested, but Josh Yuchun's vehement veto eventually Aww. No! Yeah. On Justice, another impressive title. Subheading, Methodologies of Captivating an Entire Room on Preoccupied Audience. Biombe! What for? Next. Praxis of ego splitting concerning inter-mirror conflict between the self and the reflections and paradoxically fractured theory of idealism, which one attempts to open an unopening door to open the door. Utterly incomprehensible, this card. Perhaps Miss Ryoshu's advice to truncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. No, Yi Sang.
That's messed up.
I love the Yi Sang image where he's like the fucking snail. Survival and exploration. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the lead team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice. We should have been moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 culprits. Oh, wait, I forgot to take that part out. And it's the shredder it went. When did that paper shredder get here? The art of using yawning as a cover for popping a cookie or 2 into your mouth. Especially useful when getting lectured. Okay, Rodion. Hey, if you get good enough at it, you can do that with nuts, too. Ah, so it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. Oh, I love the you can tell. Oh no! Who drew Godzilla in their lesson plan? Oh my god. I like how you can tell they all like are friends now. They don't hate each other anymore, which is awesome. What? Nah, do you take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvers, how to let it flow through you. How to make things not make things awkward when you walk right in on someone bad-mouthing you. The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. Smiles have a way of disarming people. Oh, how to draw dragons from Deltarune. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Dogmanuan when people who hated him. Let me see. I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next, how to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. This This lesson plan was designed based on Rodion's advice that I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself.
I'm only saying this.
Yeah, I love the little bunny pin. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in the family hierarchy. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Jack shite, sod off and grab your weapons. Yup, always gotta read the full print. Huh, it's my philosophy that reason don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of the family hierarch's qualities, but our focus is not on developing a hierarch of a syndicate. Next. Information disparity is a driver of inequitable treatment. Oh, huh? That's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the application of engineering frameworks. Okay, that's gonna lose. It's Faust. For systematic resolution of the rational self-interest driven societies. Is it still going? That was 1/5 of the full title. I remember LCE Yi sang. It seems that the same trouble has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed. After she had gone through the majority of our lesson plans... Now that that's over, yeah, I believe it's finally my turn. Phew. Sinclair sighed with the gravitas of someone who's just been bestowed with the most important mission in his life. I think, thinking back, even back in school, I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. So I guess you could just say that I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. I call my lesson the theory on self-overcoming. You have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday. Hey, but what if I like who I was yesterday more? That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential seeping deep inside. So with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities and how to always shoot higher. Hold on, you had me for a second there, but what's up with acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Of course, I'm preparing a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty, too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not even listening to what Shichun's saying. Following that, your company, it seems that Zilu has completed her review. Oh, I see. Now how's everything going, everyone? Class prep going well? My curriculum was special! Okay, so that's a no. That was Sod's impression upon taking a quick glance at Don Quixote, who was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her lesson plan in her hands. Well, it wasn't a complete bust. At least Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Wait, what happened I really know what Dante was planning on teaching. I really want to know. They can't just have that exist and not... They can't not tell me what it is. I've prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Zigong and Sod weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before they ours. They were looking away. Zigong especially was looking away with an unmistakable expression of pity. So he does know. Would you mind explaining this, Zilu? I could not bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see, weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest effort. I understand. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Zhao Shichun's teachers. Or should I call you Pupil Sinclair, to be exact? This gotta be a mistake, right? Isn't Shichun the pupil here? No, there haven't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed that you are to learn from this as well. No! Oh, right. The Mark of Cain. Yeah, from chapter 3. It's because he's like, oh, was it when he talked about one of your guys is gonna go on a fucking killing spree and was looking at Ryoshu. Maybe he was actually talking about Sinclair and Enclair. What? Seriously? This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. Now this looks like a proper classroom. It would feel pretty dang empty with just Shichun sitting there all on her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sink's the resident expert on going to schools, right? School is a luxury for me, you know? Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean I ever wanted to go back to school. He is the youngest, this is true. You should learn to be grateful. I don't dole out my teachings to just anyone. Don't forget, we have to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Otis, you always get on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyper-fixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours. Blind obsession. At least. And, I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Sinclair. Hold on, Yuseng. I thought we were underdog duo. Remember during the checkup when I said we got this and you were going to get this together? The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously relied entirely on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. No, Yuseng, you're abandoning Sinclair to the dogs. Congratulations, my lady. You have found yourself a desk mate, which some might also call a bestie, depending on desk placement. What the fuck is happening? Shichun is sparkling. Desk mate, bestie. What the heck does any of that mean? Huh? Shichun's eyes widened with confusion, as though she just heard those words for the first time in her life. When I first met her when she was 16, she explained to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. This is par for the course for children of Hongwon, who were raised for the purpose of becoming the next family hierarch. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. So deskmates and besties. Sinclair began to explain, seemingly resigned to the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month with the other sinners as his teachers. Usually sit next to each other and help one another out. A bestie might nudge the other awake if they doze off, share their homework with one another if they forgot to do theirs. They usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. So not very important at all, huh? I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. Poor Sinclair. It may have come a few years late, but I am moved that my lady finally has a chance at experiencing school. Same here. I remember it like it was yesterday. Shichun would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me. One day out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating from lunchboxes with friends. I haven't a clue as to how or where she even heard about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and... wait, don't you guys have lesson plans to write? Come on, hurry up. 30 days are ticking down. We've only got 30 days! Of course. Unfortunately, I've become quite occupied with another task of great importance. Assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I may leave the lesson planning task to you two, Zilu and Miss Sod. Have you any thoughts on this matter? Blacker. What was that? I said nothing. Oh my god. What the fuck is happening? Those two should kiss. Oh my god. I can't believe they made a new fucking minigame. Zulu and Sod appear to have aged several years overnight, their faces sunken and sallow. Finally, after referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us regarding each sinner, we managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. Miss Zulu, apologies, sleep deprivation has relieved me of a clear mind. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to battle would be much easier. Still, thanks to Mr. Jachiu's methodology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Efficient, huh? To be true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, so in 30 days as promised is an implausible effort. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into 3 super categories. And they are called... Oh, what are these supposed to be? Ji, Yang, and Ren. Ji, wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Yang, courage. The ability to overcome fear. To act decisively. Have too much of it and risk becoming a brute. Have too little and risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. So how far are we allowed to go with corporal punishment again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishment. And Ren, humanity, is the benevolence of the heart, the compass of behavior that dictates respect toward every human. Clearly, most of the faculties of this school are severely lacking in all 3 of your criteria. Just how do you think they'll be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Are you sure I'm good hands? What the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Sigang are currently quite preoccupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Alright, Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message to you. Be strong, my lady. Way! Despite her protestations, the 30 days of class has commenced. Oh, God. Oh. What is this? Oh. Yeah, they're all the same. Okay, and so then I just hit begin. What do you mean back out to main menu? There's a list of achievements you get for doing well that give event currency. What is this? Oh, this. Okay, discover 15 class combo combinations. Oh my god. Okay, get all the stats to 800. For 7 days in a row, take every teacher's class, pass the 4th midterm. Okay. Okay. Stages. My name is Yi Sang. That is all. The class I have prepared for the day. Aha, I've heard plenty about your mirror tech, which makes me wonder, going by the level of advancement in that technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technological advancement usually goes. People invent for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed, you show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has in the past almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that that's the angle most others wanted to see happen. Removal of potential risks sounds much more palatable than potential itself to some people, after all. Correct again. Yet destruction was a word that bore too much suffering for my heart. My sole egress from it was abandonment of my quondam fellows in my life's work, making myself a fugitive from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conversed. With who? With myself that lies within me. As you are aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of your own reality. It reflects upon the potentialities, the latent strength in the world. Yet even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable worlds of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct their studies inward and reflect upon oneself. I learned how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. Now, if you are prepared, do explain what you see in the mirror. You needn't haste. For some reason, Shichun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know, it's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall Sun Zhen of the Shi family, who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was going to show me a precious flower that blooms only at night. I remember that you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. I wonder what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. Oh, of course not. You were wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited. That vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot, and would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you gone. But apparently he was outplayed and had limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. I'm glad I didn't go away. You were right. If only you had still had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that, remember? We didn't have to talk about that. I was brushing my hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, I just found it so hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off, because I like how we had Shichun in Kanto 7, we had Shichun in Kanto 8, and now a whole intervallo about Shichun? We are eating good! An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway, and the family hierarchy was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame, but it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless, nay, especially so if it was. And Sinclair, what do you see? I see, well, I just see myself smiling. I don't get what's so out of the ordinary. But it seemed like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time to look at my reflection, I think I uncovered a part of myself I've had hidden away for a long time. It had a very precious time learning to converse with my inner self. Metaphysical approach to ego in the reflected world leveled up to expert. Oh my god. Yi Sang. How do we... Oh, do I have to, like, frag it? Oh, that's how you raise morale. How do I... Oh, okay. I thought it was Yi Sang's class that was equipped. Ahem. 'Tis true that a station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. Sinclair and Chichun both sat with a bit of apprehension as well, which is understandable given what Sod told them sometime before the lesson started. Some time ago. Otis, who'd been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while, finally decided to voice her doubts to Sod. So what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that her usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. Well, as you may not look at, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixers often appear when history is in the making? Let us see here. Don Quixote took a second to savor the moment as though she had been preparing her whole life for it, then continued. Amongst the greatest fixers whose honored names were engraved in history, verily, let us commence this lesson on the tale of Yue Fei. God, she experienced a lot of it. This tale beginneth in the year... Are you done? Just how could she continue to talk at such length? She's been going for ages. Thus cometh time to test thy dedication to this class and the knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz, if thou wilt. When she even find... Oh! When did she even find the time to prepare this? I can assure thee, tis a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty, if thou hast paid attention in class. Worry thee not. Does this pop quiz have prizes? Aha, but of course I came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer I shall bestow upon ye, from this very treasure chest of mine, these precious fixer badges. Forsooth, I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them on 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know, I don't really need them. Hold thine applause, for there's a bonus reward for the victor who, by the end of this match, carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of a protagonist in this theatrical play of my making, Fixer Chronicles Yue Fei. 'Tis an opportunity of a lifetime. Sadly, I can't use this to feed my Don Chun shipping dreams. Well, we still have plenty of game left. 9 more years of content, baby. It's still a pretty useless reward, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Seriously? What? Scared you'll lose? Is history your weakness or something? I'll have you know I was the teacher's pet in every single history class I took. And I'll have you know that I was, no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I've ever had. Okay, that's how you want to play it. I'll have you know that I was a prodigy in other classes too. I did great in art classes. Pretty good in math too. I was just being humble because I didn't want to steal your thunder. Oh, they're fighting each other. Oh, then let me tell you, I was trained in the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines every single day. And one of those days, you know what one of my masters told me? He said, looks like Mr. Cha Chi-Chun's finally getting a feel for how friendships close in age are forged in school. That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences you can't learn from teachers. I really want to know. I TikToked in response. Tis year 505. What is the historical community's consensus on the most illustrious battle that Fixer Yue Fei is said to have partaken in? Allow me to impart thee a major clue. If thou hadst paid attention as I discoursed upon the 5 pillages in which the fixer Yue Fei was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The honorable fixer of the Cerulean Heaven, who attained triumph in the Battle of Rhino Tree in the year 465, hath said what was the worst ordeal she had to face in her career. I've got it. It's when she had to forge onward despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they held the line to buy her time. Damn it, I was too slow. Bye, young Shichun, thou art incorrect. Honorable fixer of the Cerulean Heaven is recorded to have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand before her enemies with hair that was not lush. Oh my god, it's just like Ricardo. As the supply line breakage caused her regular delivery of nutritional supplements to cease, what thou hast suggested, young Shichun, was her 17th most difficult ordeal. He's speaking like she was actually there. Thine impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in the ways of vividly regaling these tales, but most of these tales I have learned from books. Much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such an audience, enough to study the ways of minstrels. There was a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. I was completely absorbed in the exhilarating tales of fixers. I forgot to even breathe at one point. What was the secret technique Honorable Fixer Lysander employed in his resolution of when he was leader of Team Flare in Pokemon X and Y? I've got it. It's a Summer Night Fantasia. Yet I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of his super ultimate move. Hardly would one internalize the true noble spirit of fixers by simply reciting it with such apathy. Thou must recreate the exact pose and enunciation. Are you kidding me? Come on, you can do this, Chashichud. You can do this. This is nothing. Oh, ooh! Illusions of the midsummer night shall devour thee whole. I'm sorry. This is like, I'm not even in it. This is like the 3rd or 4th node, and this is already like the greatest thing that's ever happened.
Was I telling the truth, Josh?
Yeah, you were telling the truth. Summer Night Fantasia. Thy enunciation was quite shaky upon the word illusions, yet thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage, thus I bestow upon thee this badge. Oh, okay, so this is just the mini game. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante, lights, left side. Gotcha. Don Quixote, who was watching Sinclair and Jashichun's 2-person play, silently wiped her tears away. Yeah. Certain minor details were missed, such as that Yue Fei the Fixer was left-handed, and that he had a habit of playing with the lighter on his left pocket before every duel, yet 'twas a wonderful reenactment indeed. I have no other critique to impart upon thee. When faced with the great adversity of thine adventures, rekindle the memory of Yue Fei the Fixer's final duel, remember it well. Thus cometh to an end the lessons of today. Huh, it was just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with fixers. Clutched tightly in Shichun's hands were the badges that Don Quixote had gifted to her.
By the way, Josh, it took me 194 pulls to get Heisho the song.
I'm so hungry.
No.
Okay, what's like the thing for... No, my question is... Oh, Tip Top is 70 plus? Okay. So this is morale -6. We can slot this in. Can I slot this in a second time? No. Yeah, that was my plan. Okay, you can only pick each class unless they're mandatory once per day. This is a component part taken from the structure that forms H-Corp. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H-Corp singularity, which has been enduring for such a long time. Huh, you look kind of upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed, an opportunity to study the old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus engine, but I was denied. A shame. Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles, though, Miss Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. It is possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engines, so that it could be reassembled with my own hands. If I miss some stuff, I'll probably redo it off stream. Yeah, sure. Oh, okay. Managed to learn... What the fuck? It blew up in her face? Why is her face covered in soot?
It blew up in her face, yeah.
Managed to learn various detailed mechanical fundamentals about old H-Corp's technology. So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think this is how I'd get to learn more about the old H-Corp. Canon ship names, combo names are all funny. I see. I don't think I can do much against the reconstruction days right now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that iniquitous thing. The day when Hongwan can be a place where people can live without fear. Without the fear of the encroaching reconstruction days, without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they'll fall or not. Until Hongwan can be a place where you can sleep with the promise of safe tomorrows. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot about during this lesson too, Miss Faust. The voltage must have been set too high, repeating the experiment with different combination of fuses and wires. There was supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? I like how we don't have to care about Sinclair's morale. Gregor Samsa. I assume there's a combo for every pair. We can actually plot in Yisang. Unlike some other classes, which were more on the upbeat side of things, the room's air felt grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw that what Gregor had written on the chalkboard. On war, losing a wing war leaves a much larger, longer-lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. It might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? You're right, it does sound like the music in his fathoms. We were this close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Miss Shichun were here failed to finish her ascension. It would have spread like wildfire, too. So my class is going to be about exactly what happens when a war... Oh! The piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's fingers as he went to scribble something on the board. His left hand was trembling as though the room's temperature had plummeted only for him. Man, why's it gotta... Excuse me, Miss Silu, is it okay if I smoke? Go ahead. You good? Well, when else am I gonna get a chance to share the realities of war right to a wing chief executive officer's face, huh? The moments that just don't come off your skin no matter how hard you scrub at them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm gonna listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate that sentiment. I agree with that sentiment. Well, sit still, though. I can't dilly-dally when Miss Shichun's got other stuff to deal with, huh? So, let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the Wing War. Now I know enough about urban and trench warfare to give an explanation of my own. And that's why the smoke war fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times, so everyone tried to draw each other out into an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just that the former G-Corp found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like Dogon Wan would make a pretty good use of Hongwan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Heisho know and use very well. Exactly.
This got me thinking. If you had to put the Heisho up against anyone, right, and you put them up against our Corp, who would win? I would assume our Corp.
Yeah. Well, it depends on how much of a force from R-Corp.
Well, remember that screenshot?
There would be a lot of casualties.
That screenshot showed an innumerable amount of R-Corp units alone.
The Heisho are more about quality over quantity, and they definitely could not. I don't think they could handle R-Corp, specifically because the way I imagine the Heisho work in sort of combat is by disrupting the chain of command, disrupting supply lines, and then having like the more like physically powerful Heisho, like the Wu, just sort of holding the front lines, while the other Heisho are like fucking people over.
The only way, like, that's speaking like on a 1v1 type thing, but if they had home turf like Hongwan, I feel like they might have the advantage purely because of the restructuring of Hongwan.
Yeah, but I mean, if R-Corp were to come in, and the Heisho were to defend, the main thing I see is that you have the like the Mao and C branches are doing like supply line disruption, right? In all of our corp's soldiers that we've gotten information about are just straight up soldiers. Like they do, I think they do mention like other that sound like information people.
I would assume the rats in that regard.
If they have rats, yeah.
Because Sinclair's uptie for his Heisho ID, it kind of has a lot of similarities with the rabbits from ArcCorp, as in they will literally kill everything in their sight until their dying breath. And they're like frontline, like, hey, we're going to just full on assault you, kind of like what the rabbits do.
From what I've seen, the Heisho are more versatile, but there's probably a lot less of them. In terms of the breadth of the different branches' skill sets.
Okay. Anyways,
yeah,
back to the press.
Here's the thing. I know they're like at the bottom of the totem pole. But we don't know anything about any of the other branches, like the other like things. So like
the beasts, yeah.
Yeah, we don't know any other beasts, so I can't really give a good assessment. Not to mention how the Heisho all utilize the topography of Hongwan differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches maneuver around Hongwan, as long as the 12 Heisho branches are standing, Hongwan is unassailable. Well, despite going into all that, I'm sure we all know what the best answer in all warfare is. Not having a war in the first place. Based! I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. Can't even imagine what it'd been like to have to not only witness it, but go through all of it. We did visit your fathoms, Gregor, but that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke, and citizens in madness. He'd always shrug off those stories as ramblings of the past, but during the war he stood at the center of a heartless machine that was the city. Its every gear calibrated to slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. There he must have witnessed things far worse than the worst the city presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of the bygone past, shaking restlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Oh boy, sorry fellas, I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting what happens, some sort of solemn lament. It happened that I forgot it was supposed to be a class. I'm sure to prep something more useful next time. No, everything you told me really solidified my resolve. This chaos within Hongwan needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. Wait for me. Even after the two students had left, Gregor lingered in that room for a while, lighting up cigarette after cigarette without erasing what he wrote on the chalkboard. Smoke soon filled the room. He left only after almost emptying the entire pack.
Dude, this really goes to show, like, we knew he had PTSD. Just don't know how bad it really was. And him explaining it out like that, it really hit hard. I can't wait for Aldous to reveal that she was his commanding officer.
Yeah. Wait. Did we discover anything new? No. Oh, we got Hong Lu.
Your best bet for those combos are just figuring like, hey, what sinners actually like each other and what are funny combos? That's really it.
Yeah. What do we need? We're currently low on green. Um. How our class is going? It's not you! The goat! I'm not you, big bro. I pay attention in class. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. Hoo, she was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. Looks like it's gonna be another serious class. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the Venerable Hierarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Big Sis Baochai? Are you sure it's okay for a Shuei family bodyguard to be here? Ah, I'm no longer employed as Miss Baochai's guard. Wait, don't tell me we got you hired. Everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Baochai's orders. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. So what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Your last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu, so you could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on, you spent most of your time stuck in Yi Hongyuan before leaving Hongyuan. I don't know what you could possibly have to teach me. Don't you worry, Shichun. This is the one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lessons for Shichun and Sinclair is clear, neat handwriting, Honglu write surviving Hongwan on the chalkboard. Oh well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your share of assassination attempts, Big Bro, but Jamu, I mean, the previous hierarch and the Elder's favor sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful who got assassinated? Oh, that? I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Until Dante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. Wait, it was my fault? You do have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind preparing the thing? You have my utmost faith, but please do practice caution. Sometime later, Lin Dayu appeared with 4 bowls splishing with tea before sprinkling some powder into one of them. What's that? That's powdered wolfsbane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which of these bowls contain poison, right? You can stop now. I learned to recognize the infamous poisons like wolfsbane when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you were suggesting, Venerable Hierarch, I would not have been here to accompany him. Lin Dayu continued her process, sprinkling wolfsbane powder into 2 more bowls. Hung Lu, who was watching that with an oddly contented expression, closed his eyes. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? We stared in confusion, but we could hardly tell what was going on with the speed at which Lin Dayu swapped around the bowls. We looked back at Hong Lu. There were 3 silver spoons in his hand. Those silver spoons were custom made at Dagan Wan's request, a must-have item for children of the 4 great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. Yeah, I know, they're actually... Actually what? It's nothing. In Hongwan, where we are beset by threats of assassination from all directions, knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you? But Honglu opens his eyes before Zhao Shichun can finish her sentence. Then, he throws the silver spoons in his hand like throwing pins towards 3 of the bowls, and immediately chugs the 4th bowl, which he hasn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you insane? You barely even checked them for... Shiren's newer tea is always delicious, even when cool. The 3 silver spoons Hong Lu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. Is wolfsbane poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons in Dagwan. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine, I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? It's a big poison. I want to know too, do they sound different or something? I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch? How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know? You'll get the hang of it after a few tries. Poison's supposed to be undetectable, not be an acid that destroys. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? I managed to tell the difference between the bowls by reading Honglu and Daiyu's subtle tell. See, when you say you just avoided whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you were reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room and connecting it to your intuitive experiences. You were using Miss Daiyu's anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Shichun. I know that the adepts of each Heisho will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that your residence, Nuan Xiangwu, will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful boluses to protect your life. Even still, there will come a day when you start to feel this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify. And when it does, I hope you won't brush off that sensation as nothing. You're worrying over nothing. Zhao Shichun whipped around from Honglu as if to express dissatisfaction, but her softening expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. Time certainly flies when hearing the tales of exciting adventures. I'm not going to read that. Every 6 days, you will be subject to midterms, prepared by the board of directors. Zhao Yuanchun. Palanquin has been prepared to take you to the exam sites, and only by passing the test may Zhao Qichun retain her status as the family hierarch. My lady. Oh, don't worry yourself over much, Mr. Wei. You sound like you're at a funeral. She will pass the test with ease as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, I simply hope I can survive until she returns. It seemed that Wei's rather funereal voice wasn't just out of his concern for Shichun. Wait, are you sure you're okay? I can't escape them even in dreams, the unfinished bundles of paperwork, cascading over me like a storm, burying me. Steel yourself, for that was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. I must be severely sleep deprived. Looks like we're not the only ones going through the ringer. Okay, the midterm. Hey, you're one of the she boys. We finally meet. I had hoped to fight you in the family hierarch war. You'd run into me then. Isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me? Oh, it's nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? This is the one that Hong Lu couldn't remember the name of, if I remember correctly. The results of the family hierarch war couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare a war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? War's not easy. It never is. What are you on about all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking about so lightly about, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because they were under investigation for treason against Dagon Wan. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given that they'll all be ruled as guilty, regardless of what really happened. You know I can't even pay them a visit because you've hidden their cells all over Hongwan. They're not hidden. All holding cells within Hongwan have always been designed to move around in very short intervals. You know, that does seem like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions, although I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I recently gained a better understanding of Hongwan's structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Where'd you... I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. I managed to reflect upon myself a bit too. Huh, you did change a little. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of. Good, come on, let's do this. Many illustrious fixers of the past have said that naught but disparagement awaits unjust victories. Oh, it's like she's learning. Oh, I don't get to pick. Oh, right, because she's not, she's not under my control. Yeah. Wait, how did she get fucking 7 rupture potency? Does she, wait, does she have any potency in her kit? It's all count. Oh. The banana bolus. That was easy. Good for you, you won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family hierarch war, didn't you? Yeah, so what? Are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah, you little... And I'm sure that's what I look like to you, too. I don't want your... sorry, every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm gonna win. And I'm gonna win without the fertile soil my predecessors have left behind, because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hongwan itself. Shi Hua Zhen, you are tenacious, determined, and strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you down to the last man. You knew my name? I do. So what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hongwan? Oh my god. Uncontainable Riz. That puts us down to 82. Let's see if we can upgrade them. We still have only 2 combos unlocked. Heard you managed to come out on top in your first sparring match. Congrats. Thanks. I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I prepared for today? You're teaching about exploring, huh? Is this going to be an indoors class? Yep, exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Free soloing to the top of the highest building in Hongwan. Surviving 10 days in the Hongwan backstreets with only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightly so. And that's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space. So I'm just here to fill in, since this game needs a certain number of players, but really? Can you call this a tabletop game? Let's fucking go!
So remember when I texted you? Like, hey, Josh, you would really like this story.
Let's fucking go! Yes! Oh my god, this is so fucking peak. Yet in games of make-believe, any simulacra can be made as real as... Ah, what a move. Yi Sang at Dawn is in here as well. Oh nice, I'm gonna roll for damage. God, young Ishmael, thou hast absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy fireball spell, rendering it most crispy. It was formidable foe, but was wonderfully executed, Miss Ishmael. Really? Well then, as my next move. And that's how you came up with this? I've played a few other games, but this is new for me too. I'm pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Jianghu Journeys, or J&J. It's a popular game among Hongwan's youths. It's gotten generally positive reviews too. No! Ishmael went on the fucking Hongwan message boards to look for a hot new TTRPG. This is awesome. No notes. What Ishmael so proudly presented before everyone appeared to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay, what do these huge piles of papers have to do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those gathered becomes the JM. The JM? The Journey Master. The Journey Master designs the story around the player's choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. That's why the most experienced player takes that role, which would be me. Wisdom, strength, dex, each character seems to have these things called stats. It looks like we just have to pick from a set of pre-made characters for this one. Fuck. Oh my god. Peak absolute cinema. What can I say? Absolute cinema. So I'm supposed to be playing this character's role? Sinclair and Jia Xichun pick up their cards with confusion clear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Yanyun, a place known to be gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. You travel here in search of a legendary treasure called the Tianya sword. The city of Yanyun, huh? Cool, why are we looking for that sword again? Ooh, it's cause so there's this legend in Yanyun about how the Tianya sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people. And also about having that sword is the proof of a true leader in these lands, and so on and so forth, you know. Ishmael really needs those filler words to keep up with her thoughts. Oh, it's so fucking relatable. She might literally be me. Ishmael was stuttering and stammering through the introduction without her usual confidence. See, the city called Yanyun must be in a lot of trouble, too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting of the story, Jia Xichun nodded solemnly without noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. Well, you know how it is. The point is, you guys need to go find that sword. Then I will claim the Tianya sword, no matter what it costs me. Jia Xichun nods with determination. Worked with Sinclair to come up with creative solutions to all kinds of trials we faced in the adventure. From the rumors you've gathered, it seems that the Keijan Keep might have heard of the whereabouts of that sword. What will you do? I walked up to the Keijan Keep and chat him up and try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your whiz is extremely low right now, which means you'll find it hard to form even the simplest sentences. Oh my god, she does have a hyperfixation. What if I found a different way to gain the Keijan Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet-talking him? I do have a pretty high strength stat, which would give me access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that don't require skill in speechcraft. Hold on, I'll try to convince the Keijan Keep. I think I got a decent chance at this. My whiz is pretty high. And you passed the check. I'm so fucking chuffed right now. I'm gonna be fucking Jesus Christ. My brain is gonna explode from all the positive emotions that are filling it right now. Oh, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay then, I guess I'll stand in the corner over there, unsheath my weapon, and play around with it a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just role-playing Heathcliff now, aren't you? This is my favorite part of the game. That's a lie, but I love this so much. The Keijan Keep shares some information about the sword he heard. He explains the party should seek northeast or toward Yunji Mountain. Ah, but what's this? Tears begin to well in the Keijan Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently, patrolling guard beat his son pretty badly, just for loitering around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. Oh no, that's too bad, but we got a job to do. Since we have what we came here for, we can leave the Keijan. Well, they say that jams aren't supposed to interfere with the players' choices, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help out for every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. I'm gonna get him that medicine. What? The Keijan Keep's son, who is fortunately able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shares what he knows. You realize that he's talking about the fairy Yao Guai, guardian of the Tianya sword. He explains that the fairy Yao Guai's power grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait until the sky's overcast. Hearing that, the innkeep's son takes a quick look at the clouds and tells you it might be raining in about a week. Glad we helped him out. Whew, okay, let's make sure we're prepared before we go. You're gonna have to roll a 15 or higher to hit. I know, I'm focused. This is so fucking peak. Here's the thing, if you had me guess, if I had 100 guesses, I would still not figure this out. Because I would be like, well, that's too much wishful thinking, right? You got your head in the clouds, right? Pie in the sky fantasy, but it's real. Hey, I rolled a 16 with a final singular strike from Zhao Shichun. The fairy Yao Guai finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yes, the Tianya sword is ours. Oh my god, they're playing exalted. Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded deep into the earth and grabs enthusiastically upon the hilt. With this we can... However, the defeated fairy Yao Guai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at Zhao Shichun, who just pulled the sword from the ground. No, I quickly get between Shichun and the monster. But if that crits, it's gonna be pretty deadly even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasion save. One, another one. Nope, that's a critical fail. It's okay. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. The young quiet lies still as well, the final vestiges of its strength completely spent. Wait, was he fucking bleeding for a second? Go on without me. Take that sword and go down to the village. Become the leader they need. That sword is your proof. No, this sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring, buddy. I'm gonna bandage Sinclair up and carry him back. I won't leave him behind and descend the mountain all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then, yeah, the bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's, just that sturdy, you know? That strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of here together. Grab onto my shoulder. That's it, step by step. Hey, Shichun, look over there. Everyone we helped and saved on our journeys come out to welcome us home. You're right. If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I never would have stopped and talked to every single villager there to hear their trouble. The sword was only a symbol all along. All of our efforts and the experience we gained on our journey for the sword were what taught me how to be a good leader, not the sword itself. You're right, the real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along. The real adventure was the friends we made along the way. I feel like the game overtook the class at some point along the way. And now we have to learn about the horrors of war from Uncle Gregor. Do we get any combos? No? Jesus Christ. I'm low on combos. Okay. Yeah, but I'm gonna keep trying to keep it because that's the ideal. Okay, so we know these three each have combos with each other. Actually, I don't think Yiseng has one with Han. Yeah. I found two with Faust. How many are there total? There's a few. Alright. Who have I not tried? I haven't tried you two. Oh no, wait, we need to include Dawn. I think this is actually slightly more optimal. Okay, Honglu and Yiseng. Oh, Yiseng is a master. The inner self passive. Oh, he is. Okay. these three haven't gone together before, so surely I will get at least one combo. In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotions and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. Well, then I will share an excerpt from Sinclair's exchange with the manager 32 days ago. Begin quote. Huh? 32 days ago? What? Excuse me. Excuse me, Dante. I'm sorry to have you ask you this, but most of us are fatally wounded. So could you please turn the clock just one more time? End quote. Unnecessary interjections weighed down your request. Wow, that's pretty bad. Did I really stutter that badly? It is a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable news. The same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. You failed. You failed. You failed. Well, let's commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. Huh? Well, okay. Sure, seems easy enough. Suddenly, Marceau let out a cry as he clutched his chest and then fell to the floor. What the fuck? Are you okay? Marceau, you okay? His eyes snapped open. Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. I can't believe Marceau just owned Sinclair. You're cheating. This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide. What? The who wished to what? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. Oh, Marceau and Ishmael, 9 to 5. Oh, that's a really good ship name. Work with Sinclair to come up with creative solutions. Oh, prep time to all kinds of trials we faced in the adventure. Batman. All right, skill. Oh. When will she inflict fucking rupture? There is 0 rupture inflict. There's no rupture, it's all count. I think everyone complained about how much they disliked Shichun, or how weak they thought she was when she tagged along. So now they're like, training arc. All right. So we just did these 3. The order seems random. Okay, we got no combos. Okay. Oh my god. Wait, the resists are crazy now. New passive just dropped. Remove for stagger threshold? Nice. Gain 1 protection and 1 offense level up and heal 3 SP. Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Attention! Today's lesson. We'll cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, men, you'll learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side by being generous with my spending, by setting a good example as a superior. They'll eventually open up. Foolishness! That is among the worst strategies I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend the limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? The most efficient means of attaining intelligence is torture. That's actually a lie, by the way. Torture? Huh, I'd say that's the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan's strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up accidentally killing them... Did Shichun forget what she did with the priest? Maybe. Foolishness, foolishness. Can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagination falls short if that's all you can think of when you hear the word torture. Then this unit. This isn't actually a military unit. Ahem, this Hongwan may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. Well, I'm waiting. Get on with your lesson. The mention of Hongwan seemed to put Shichun in a thoughtful mood as she stopped arguing and began focusing on class. The most effective method of torture isn't physical. Things like waterboarding, electrocution are all inferior. Wait, Otis-based? Today, you will learn the torture of language. With this method, you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them, and let them take brief sighs of relief every time they give you an answer. Yeah, that, cadets, is what you will learn. You to your positions. Good drill sergeant and bad drill sergeant. Chains of command. Oh, the chains of others. Oh, that one's good. Oh, that's pretty good. Wing Employees of the Month. All stats +1. Took the class. Yeah. Excellent. Oh, I want to see the new skill. Third form. Oh, it burned now for some reason. Those burn now. Okay. I hear you've defeated Hua Zhen. You would do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame. Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned not to underestimate the family underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know? See, I managed to talk Hua Zhen into, you know? What? No, it can't be. He cannot have spilled the beans on my parents. Huh, my men are already on their way. But how did you know it was Block 32? I barely managed to get them a hiding spot there. Oh, so it's Block 32. I did, huh? That was easier than it was during class. I've heard stories about how you've changed. I didn't know you would change into such a heartless woman. Say something, damn it. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly little things like this. Is that it? The Merceau training. That may befit the seat of a hierarch, however. A leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only disposable tools, is bound to rot. She, whatever. Refuse to let someone so unqualified such as yourself retain power. Bro is getting unbelievably cooked. Oh, she actually lost a coin. Oh, but is that only burn count? It's no burn, it's just burn count. You don't even have any rupture potency. Yeah, the passives coming up, like their support passives. Does she? Oh, fucking Christ. Damn it, I was so close. Did you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sister Yuan Chun actually gained control over Hongwan? Sure, it's gonna be all buddy-buddy at first. She's gonna acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, and compensate you for your efforts. But soon you're gonna see people from other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under the guise of advisors. And it's the small families and clans that are gonna suffer first. When that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's gonna be a whole while before other members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason thinking they were piggybacking off Big Sister Yuan Chun's forces, when in reality she had already discarded them even before it began. She's made sure that nothing about this treason's going to stick to her. Now let's think about this carefully. About Jia Yuanchun's vision for Daguan. Will it be more H Corp or Q Corp? I see the point you're making. But you've not given us any reason to trust you either. What guarantee do I have you won't just toss us aside when we're no longer useful? So about that hiding place where you put your parents you just accidentally let slip. I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. My Heisho had identified their location long ago, but I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Isn't that true? Just how low is your opinion of the hierarch? Big Sister Yuan Chun made a big show of her own influence at the assembly, but I still have tight control over the Heisho of the family hierarch. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them. What was it again? What was it again? That leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them? Why would any hierarch go around arresting innocent people of H-Corp left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. Oh! Taking care of children? Oh no! I'm worried about what's happening next, Kanto.
Everything is perfectly fine. What do you have to worry about? It won't be sad whatsoever.
Yeah. Alright. Oh, those two. Prep time is there. This is probably good. TKTDWK. Who do you think Rio combos with? I don't know. Teaching kids to deal with kids, she said. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. I would have liked to teach a particularly bloody art class, but that AL black hair discarded my lesson plan. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Zilu wasn't there, artless or otherwise. In today's class, oh, Dante's picking up on the acronyms. I'll sink ya if you're a UA. What? I'll scan you if you're a UC. I'll snap your neck completely if you're an unruly adult, but I'll soothe, coax, and nurture you if you're an unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked? I love Shichun. She's just the perfect character. No, not at all. Just listen carefully. Evaluate the context, and there you have it. What context? What time context was I supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. MTL, kids. Oh yeah, there's much to learn. The class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Yes. Upon the venerable family hierarch's orders, I have brought a child from the Wang family. Why is she red? Wait, what? You brought a who from a what family upon whose orders?
We've
Too
abducted
many
a
travel
child for this
restrictions
class.
here, so I borrowed the rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you to places, huh? No, I mean, just what do you mean you brought that kid on my orders? Ryoshu snuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke, dusted off her clothing a few times, then, and only then, brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid's kind of trembling and anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. That kid's scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They're experiences that shape your future. Does she not have a cigarette? My God. He doesn't want to affect... Yeah. Well, no, I just didn't know... Here's the thing, is this is like the first, like, sign of... Like, usually you had to threaten Ryoshu with death in order to get her to put down a cigarette. Which is like, and it's obvious why she's not smoking in this scenario. But it's a lot of characterization that is fun in this. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting serious all of a sudden? Though I do agree that childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother Bao Yu are what? Anyway, moving on. You heard nothing. Point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. But you got your work cut out for you. Children of Donghyun are extremely wary of anyone who's not their immediate family. Even worse, he pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He must be terrified. And I imagine his parents must have given him a whole lot of warnings, too. Yeah, I'll give you a demonstration. Behold. Oh. Wait. Ryoshu is so good. What is that in her mouth? Is that a cigarette? She looks like a fucking Asura. Hold on, let me... I can't tell what that is. But it doesn't look like a cigarette. Oh, it's the arm of her jacket and a cigarette. I see. Oh, it's a lollipop. Wow, she's really taking a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how is she even doing that with her hands? Not even masters of martial arts move like that. Ryoshu is practically giving him no time for any other distractions or even a moment to cry. She was taking care of this kid almost effortlessly. Yeah, I know her being a mom has always been here, but her being like, her having like the one soft spot where she's actually like a good mom, right? You can be a mom and like have and like be a bad mom, right? But this is like the first like really definitive proof. Like, other than, like, the, ooh, Lei Heng is keeping my daughter. Yeah. Like, there's been, like, ooh, Lei Heng is keeping her child in, like, thing. But it's like, this is... really the first thing in main story that you don't have to like think about. I guess you do have to think about it like a little bit. You have to have a functioning brain stem. But I guess I don't know. Maybe it's not that I think that this is a characterization and I'm like, oh, this proves that she's a good mom. It's more that it's sort of like seeing that, because before she was always sort of like had like a tough exterior, right? This is the first time like other than encountering Lei Heng, right, where she's sort of like shown that she has a weakness. Yeah, she also adopted Sinclair, but in Lei Heng's case, she had adapted with aggression. This is the first time where she's like, it seems like she's let her guard down. Fan tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually, don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshu. The fear he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would have imagined Ryoshu would be good at this. Neat. with the exact same expression as her usual one. Ryoshu was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping them understand just what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on edge for his age. I'd start making some progress. But whenever he suspected I was lying or something, he'd immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a doggone Nuan kid. Kids don't survive this place for long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable Hierarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you, it's gonna depend on what you're about to ask whether I can help you or not. Huh? Wrong move, Rookie Hierarch. Why say all that when TWDT? You don't get the immaculacy of succinct abbreviations. Ryoshu grabbed the child's shoulders and brought him before Joshi-chun. Then, in her usual curtness, spoke precisely 2 words to the confused child, and that seems to do the trick. My big sis said that when the family hierarch war is over, I can finally play tons with friends. But their parents told them to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousin says you're the biggest and baddest of Hongwan, Venerable Hierarch. So I wanted to ask if you could make Daguan safe. I want to play with my friends. Oh, that's probably the butler Ryoshu feels bad about failing Heathcliff. That's probably like a remnant of Nellie talking with Lockwood about how she's sad that Hareton didn't get a good education because Heathcliff is a fucking asshole in their original book. Gotcha. I'll review your suggestion positively. He says she'll totally make that happen. Sometime later, after Shiran guided the child out of the classroom, I found Joshi-chun whispering something to herself. That's the Wild and Heathcliff mirror world? I mean, yes. True. But it's probably a parallel of the Hareton stuff. You've got a lot on your plate, huh? Dealing with restructuring days is just one of them. I was gonna try and improve the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me to or not. Safe enough for a kid like that to run around on the market all on his own. A place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. Okay. Nothing new. Her slash resist is now down to the lowest it can go. Okay. So, Ryoshu and Marceau? And I can't include Sinclair here. Maybe Faust? Who did I have? I had Ryoshu, Ishmael. Did I just run? Yeah, I just ran Faust. Okay. Who was I running? Oh. Oh, Rodion's teaching about gambling. Rodion and Gregor, obviously. Obvi. Who else does Rodion hang out with? Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, Rodion has a nickname for everyone, but also, oh, it's the gambling music. Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk, so you better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. Great, that's really great, but I don't know, it just feels kind of like an oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Sinclair, given the time limit, this just happened to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. I swear I had no other ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do this. Oh, wait, stop glaring at us like that and join us at the table! I am only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork, as there's much work to be done. I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy, you know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation, I must say. It's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such base activity. And what audacity to invite me as well. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow, and here I thought you'd at least be better than me at this game. Yeah. That is really good. The Merceau expression chart has gone from 4 to 6. Oh, and so for this, you know who's really good at poker faces? Merceau. Fine, I get it. Don't play a game if you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy. I subscribe to it. Do you seriously think your shallow, obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? What? Sorry? Scrub says what? Oh my god! Rodion just bullied Way! Alrighty, the lesson's pretty straightforward. You three are working together to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not #1 by the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But be warned, I have the special power to read into your minds without even hearing a word out of your mouths. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see. Sinclair, I can see the corners of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. You're looking to form a pang, aren't you? Ooh. And Chichun, you. And you want Pong. I'm sorry. It's a penis joke. Now I know to never ever discard this tile. How'd you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're gonna eat you right up. And wait, you... Way is aura farming. Your greatest mistake today was allowing me a seat at this table. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Not bad. But you're just as much of an open book, my guy. You just need that one strong tile, don't ya? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting that tile because it's not there. Pong. I see, you called Gongveld so you can claim the Zhang, which wasn't the rearmost tile, didn't you? Does that by any chance imply that you somehow knew the location of every tile in this game? Nah, no way. I just have the 6th sense for the bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I would ever step back into this dark world of shadows, but very well, then I'll be setting this Hua aside and... Ooh, I'm impressed. They're way too intense. I can hardly get involved. Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? My lady, the importance of this moment cannot be overstated. I see, swapped out for your ready hand, didn't you? What do you think? 3 Hua tiles in a row, huh? I see you've got some innate luck, too. Very well then, I'll have to wager it all on Wan's suit. I won. That's a King Yao Ju hand. Your downfall was written the moment you forced me to discard Zhang. Oh, darn, I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that? Oh, way moment. I'm so glad we didn't let this man die. I apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. I will bring some tea. Wait, Victoria stumbles out of the room with his shoulders slumped. Comedy duo. Huge success in the next class. Oh, I was right. I tried my best to keep a poker face, but I couldn't stop my lips from involuntarily smiling. Plus 50% to all stats gained from this class. Class success rate minus 10%. Yeah, comedy duo. Oh, we got a new skill upgrade. Oh, wait, it just got a second coin. Wait, that's fucking broken. Oh wait, it actually has bleed potency now. My god. Somehow this rupture unit is better at bleed than it is rupture. How many combos? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, 4 more combos. Yeah, how close? How do I check that? How close I am to? Oh well. Oh, we're already at full morale. How long until... Okay, tomorrow. So if we level up these two... Yes. I forgot. I've been paying attention, I just forgot. Okay, so we finally have burn on this. Okay. Oh, that's cool. It only does blunt resist for some reason, but okay. I heard from Big Bro that you sent your coins to Big Brother Chiyu. Every hand, once in circulation, goes round and round until it eventually returns to their original owners. I also heard that some of the Wang family helped with removing the foreign powers from you. Why? I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know. This is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows in those hands whose hands the true political power of Hongwan lies right now. With that in mind, let's say I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yuan Chun generally believes that I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q Corp. Do you seriously believe she has Hongwan's best interest at heart with all those conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface? All those business deals and clearly skewed policies? I do not. But if you're going to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely upon. Let me just say that about half of the board of directors' votes may as well be considered abstaining votes. They're keeping their silence because they're afraid of Jia Yanchun's retaliation. So your remaining test is to convert those silent votes in your favor. Oh, not shaken by all that, huh? Thought you'd get lost in wandering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You've certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. On once tomorrow. Anyway, I should probably do as I'm told for now, My cousin will be your opponent today. I won't accept you as my hierarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you're at least better than I am. Only then I'll accept you. Oh my god. Wei getting really into gambling.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것. 좋아, 구조를 파악했어. 봉황이 날개처럼. 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
Want to pay attention to colors on what to do? That's probably true. We still have no rupture. Oh, okay. In order to get the potency, you need the crit. Yeah, I have time. Jesus fucking Christ.
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
Jesus. I mean, she is getting good. What? Do you have something to say to my face? Yeah, don't give my little brother your crab. Your little brother? Why couldn't we get this Shichun ID? I don't know. You know who I'm talking about. Do you have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That buzzcut kid was her little brother. You can barely even hold on to your seat, which you're about to lose soon anyway, and you have the gall to give him false hope? I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know? I heard from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had a fun time after being barred from playing with his friends with how things are in Hongwan. Shut up. Besides, it's not all just hot air. I wasn't making an empty promise when I said I will change Hongwan to be a place where everyone can live without fear. The head won't be happy about that. That's one thing I do know. The head won't be happy if your fucking corporation isn't fucking abhorrently corrupt. And for that, I'm gonna protect my seat of power no matter what it takes. You'll fail. You'll fail. Not with you on my side. We all know Big Sister Yuan Chun's Hongwan looks like. It'll be exactly the same in essence, and it will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over that same burden we've carried all our lives to your little siblings? No, of course not. Wait, Wang Qingshan left in a hurry, but that look in her eyes told me that there was conflict brewing in her. Oh my god. Heathcliff! I gotta get Ishmael in there. Does Ishmael have a combo that gives yeah, I guess that's fair. All right, lads, listen up. Wait. No fucking way. I looked at the screen, saw Heathcliff, looked down at the text box, and I was like, what's that big giant yellow and red thing? And I look up and Heathcliff's wielding a giant fucking squeaky hammer. You gotta leave the desk behind once in a while to learn some real life lessons, yeah? Alright, so here's the deal. You want to break their morale before the brawl even begins. Brawl? Learn this by heart, and you'll be kicking those twats' asses left and right and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So Heathcliff, I gotta ask this question. Something about your club seems different today. Looks a lot more colorful, too. Bollocks, lad catches on quick. That wave bloke said something about how swinging around a wheel club might come off as too threatening and confiscated it. That high-tech weapon cries poop when it hits people. I see. Oi, don't you underestimate me just because I'm holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders, eyes wide open. Let's get cracking. With that, Heathcliff triumphantly raised his newfound weapon towards the sky. It made a small boop noise. Oh, shared pain. 40 morale restored, class success rate -10. Okay, we can do without Ren. Shall never surrender. Crimson Strike, second form. Oh my god, we finally have Rupture! Yep. You're probably done soon. Actually, I don't need your thing. So we need to go for these two. Isn't this what I just did? Yeah. It's the same combo I just did, but it focuses on stats we need. Yeah. POW torture technique? That's against the fucking rules! Oh, it's the drunk guy? Here's Dante! Wind power +1 for every 3 rupture. Oh, what? How do you unlock this? Is this activated from a passive? Yeah. But they'll always have bleed because of the skill 3. Okay. I guess... Who's it? Ryoshu... and Honglu. No more advice. This class, for an uncharacteristic pause, Zilu continued, will be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited to for your tutelage. Guest lecturer? But I wasn't informed of this. Where are they? I don't know, maybe they're lost? A little bird told me that the venerable hierarch will give me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from Dogwan Wan's brewer. Hooey! Is there any truth to that, folks? That guy. Just stopping by to see if I can leave some liquor at this party. Hongwan's an awfully miserly place. Well, you'd spare a shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? Here's the thing, is I was really excited to see what class Dante was going to teach. Well, you're clearly not just any poor old drifter. Are you guys acquainted? He ambushed us in our room after the first round of the Family Hierarch War was over. He what? Family Hierarch War has been over for a while and everyone in Hongwan knows who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like you, who only knows how to mooch off of other families, set foot in here? Looks like I'm gonna have to give my clan a stern talking to. How could they let slip a drunk assassin like... I see that our youthful hierarch is plenty suspicious. I have been a guest in many places, but please, I am no moocher. Put your worries to rest. I'm only a drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor with scenic landscapes as my bar. The sky is my ceiling and the dirt is my bed. The man who had introduced himself as the night drifter of the Drunken Palm leaped down, landing with dexterity that betrayed the rags he wore as clothing, and the terrible stench of liquor emanating from him. Is he seriously? Bad news, Miss Yuchun. Apparently Yuan Chun's bestowed upon you a new master. Huh? Big Sister Yuan Chun? She also wanted us to deliver a message that she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister, the neophyte hierarch, who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I am beside myself with gratitude. So that's the supposed teacher, this mysterious guy with a mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back at any time? As you said, the Family Hierarch War is over and even mongrels of Hongwan know who has the legitimacy here. The incident during the contest was nothing more than business, a job to take care of in return for what compensation they gave me. I hope you don't carry that grudge in your heart. Sure you didn't harm your rivals in the Family Hierarch War out of personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business is just business. Booming. I killed young Master Bao Yu for they promised to pay off my bar tab. I'm here to give the Hierarch a lesson, for they promised to pay off my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on a gig worker living hand to mouth like myself, do you? Fucking Uber beer. I'll advise that the optics and the consequences of rejecting a master sent to us by Jia Yuanchun herself is not going to look too good. I know, it's only going to make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Big Sister Yuanchun more ammunition to take me down. And you there. We'll have eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might rouse unnecessary suspicion. Hooey, ain't that a threat? I can hardly taste the wine for such hostility. Despite Sod's dead serious warning, the Night Drifter's response was only a hearty chortle. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my to-be pupils are. Now, give me a demonstration, if you will. Swing away. That's enough. But I was just getting started? Your form is flawed and your breathing is hollow. Need I see more? Flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial arts prowess is amateurish. What the heck? Is this guy serious? I have never had a single master who had anything bad to say about my form. Your arms are straight. The legs supporting your stance are solid and sturdy indeed. Most masters would not bother themselves to find fault there. But let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupil, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? There is more to this than raw strength. Now, take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it. Jia Chun takes a powerful swing at the Night Drifter. Your mind outpaces your body, your intent more transparent than a glass globe. And your edge is dull, for it has little heart for feints. But he deftly weaves his way between her strikes, which fail to even touch the tip of his ragged clothes. You are far too eager to strike, focused singularly on your opponent, with force distributed unevenly across your body. So you will fail to cut and gain a little hole as comeuppance. Then, the Night Drifter pokes Joshie Chun's back with the twig. Oh right, that's the thing that he used to fucking kill Hong Lu. He was just wielding a stick. The first kill. Some to say the earlier, the better. Mine was when I was 13, not too early, not too late, just right. It's already been a few years since my foolish brother's locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live like that, dumbass. Try to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go. Let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Hey, Wei, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? It wasn't that bad this time, but what if I give him a way worse poison next time? You know that young Master Bao Yu won't accept your gift, my lady. I doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. So stupid. Zero interest in anything practical, zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have. Just how... But, my lady, it wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Some seek the state of anatta, the non-self, but what they seek is the path of Asura, reserved for the likes of blade fiends. You must learn to let go of everything except for the self. What kind of life is it to live without stepping over others? Let it all go, the gaze, the pressures, all of it. Instead, face yourself and only yourself, and feel how light it all becomes. After some thought, Shichun's form visibly relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her pursed lips seemed to have found peace as well. She's got it. Well then, what should we do about you, my overconfident, proud people? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky. If my memories haven't failed me yet, you were one of young Master Jia Bao Yu's underlings, correct? Underling, yeah, however you want to call it, I guess. Sinclair replied with a resigned sigh. Just why do you think it was you, specifically you, among his 12 underlings, were chosen to take this class alongside the young hierarch? Sinclair momentarily flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard by the stranger's sudden, pointed question, but he soon regained his composure and replied, Well, who else besides me would ever go along with these lesson plans? Don Quixote's going to dig the classes out of boredom. Same goes for Rogia, and Otis will try to take over the classes, not to mention what it'd be like to, say, have Heathcliff here. Haha, such a loquacious list of excuses. Struck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself, even less than what I have already learned about you? What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to break its shell in time will rot within its confines. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion to me. Prepare yourself to flit away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss the opportunity. The Night Drifter giggled flippantly, and the sudden serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. Suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away. Okay. Oh, those are all morale. Um. Yeah, I know he's not morale, but there was two of them. And you're almost about to level up. Ooh. How to survive. Oh, it's a fucking Oscar's passive from, yeah, Unrelenting. Oh, this one applies bind and haste now. Um. Okay, we should be able to get to 800 in time. Tianya sword. My bestie and a rival. Adept evasion. Okay. So, adept evasion. Oh, a third coin. Yeah, I assumed. Okay. Okay. Let's win. Oh, damn, am I glad I got my head screwed back on. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the missed news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes in the recovery room sound very enticing. I really wish I was there to watch it all. Half the family heads are getting arrested for treason. Seat of the family hierarch going to some inexperienced kid from the Jia family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off, and now she's been branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entertainment in the world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? You didn't even show your face at the regular assembly, so I doubt you have any concern for the future of Hongwan. So just what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun. Jarman, yeah.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것. 좋아, 구조를 파악했어. 전부 본다고.
Why do you slot a defense skill?
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면 꽃처럼 화려한 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼
Wow, okay.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
A true leader never abandons her men.
더 이상 두렵지 않아.
Bro is getting absolutely cooked. Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last death, or stab me in the heart, cut my limbs to ribbons. Listen, this duel's just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this to end. Nah, isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes, and you're too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting their heads on a silver platter, and you're just gonna let them slink away with these scratches? Get your act together. Family hierarch war is over, and I'm not gonna kill someone just because they're being a bit uncooperative. Get real. Do you have any idea how long it'll take for you to gain even a morsel of power by playing this fool's game? Hey, want to hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as the family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine. And hang my corpse by the entrance of that assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message. And station every single one of your Heisho packs between every pillar at the assembly hall. And if anyone dares to speak out against you, snip, chop their head off before they can even get another word in. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. That's how you establish yourself as the hierarch. Fear is power. No, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm here to make Hongwan a place where its people can live without fear. I thought you of all people might understand. Remember how you used to hate hurting people, more so than anyone else. Man, what a boring answer. That was duller than even my dullest expectations. It'll only take a few years until you become just like them. Just like the family hierarchs of the past who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. Just how many people here do you think you still have a grip on their sanity? Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming an idiot shuffling aimlessly down Dagon Wan. Can only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. Just what happened to this poor lad? Probably something. The jar. He got put in the jar. Something entertaining's gonna happen. I can only hope that it happens while I'm still sane. Shui Pan sauntered away, but Jia Shichun found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You have passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You've certainly crushed them for underestimating you. I am... Oh, crossed arms? Jia Shichun seemed deeply engrossed in thought. Oh, what the heck? Oh, it's because we have no morale? What? Oh. The event that just happened made us have bad morale. Okay. My lady. My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. It's all useless, isn't it? Shichin? When these classes end, you guys leave. I guess I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin could pop up out of nowhere and kill me at any moment. Consumed by so much paranoia and worry that I'll start twitching at shadows cast from lamplights. So would it mean anything for me to, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I've spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch. Now I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it? To those bastards who only thought in their empty heads is how they expand their rooms? Mr. Wei, have you ever heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky? Is it a euphemism for eliminating your enemies? Well, I've rarely done it back when I was in school, but when there's too much going on in your head, you just skip school and go out to play. Ah, I've only done it once myself after a friend talked me into it. Wasn't that, Cromer convinced him to play hooky and go to the fucking LobCorp branch in his basement? I agree, it seems that the time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well, let us play just one hooky. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? I gotta have those bastards' approval, don't I? She's in a really bad mood today, huh? My lady, have you visited the backyard by the Lu Shui Hermitage as of late? No, but I know what happened there. They threw in a few dead bodies from the massacre a decade ago, turned the pond foul, and decided to bury the whole thing. Indeed, they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface, eventually turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by just had to plug their noses or risk passing out. So why even bring up something awful like that? It seems that a tree has taken root there, my lady, amidst all that rot. A willow. The willow tree reached deep into the pond with its roots, clearing it of the foul grease, cleaning the water. And one day we found it clear and glittering, thriving with other aquatic plants growing within. It's recovering from the rot, becoming a normal, clear pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago they introduced a few carps in there, and when they checked again they were just as vivacious as they were on the first day there. Would you like to pay the pond a visit, if it is all right with you? Kinchun didn't seem to quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. You aren't kidding, I avoided this place for so long. Oh. There might be a shark that Sinclair is afraid of. I never thought it could be this clean again. I can hardly believe that this pond used to be a rotten bog. All that happened after this tree happened to take root here. What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. And Dante is also here. Since this place hadn't slipped my mind then, as I was quite swamped with work, but the world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow as long as there is steady root to rally around. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes, I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had some change of heart, too? Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. Oh, Heathcliff's locked in. Right, class, here's a new test to help you lot learn how to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost, so don't. It don't matter how many there are or how threatening they look, yeah? Take me, for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop no matter what enemy we were put against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world you can't solve by boldly rushing in head first. Ishmael and Otis would have boldly rushed in headfirst to shake him by his lapels if they'd been here. Here's what I think. Neither of you got enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say shite against those buggers back at the assembly hall, am I right? Zhao Shichun maintained her silence, the old scar in her pride growing sore again. So let me help you grow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. No need to shrink, lad. Stand proud. Okay, but how could I... Don't worry about offending me, yeah? I can take it. I lived in a house with Hindley Earnshaw. Unlike you two, I built up enough thick skin for all kinds of insults thanks to my years in the backstreet. I'm bloody invincible. I'm fucking invincible! Heathcliff Monsoon ID when? Yeah, well, shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing up there is standing around and trying to look cool. Ooh, that one's gotta sting a little. That's it. It's what I would have said back in the day, and I probably would have struck you with this hammer, I mean my club. But I've changed too. And so did you. I can see that fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? Now, let's practice. It looks like both of you have the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, the both of you. Huh? You mean us? Me and Shichun? I grew my backbone by getting into fisticuffs with the boys back in my Backstreet days. Backstreet's back, baby. They break my arm, I break their legs in return. See what I mean? Is that what the besties is supposed to be? Shichun asked with considerable confusion. Well, let's do this, I guess? You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't. This is a fucking long intervallo.
좋아, 구조는 파악했어. 전부 보인다고.
Yeah. Stick combo to replace halberd combo. It would be really cool if we got a base ID upgrade for Sinclair here.
벌처럼 날카롭게. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
Powerful swing. Oh, he's getting fucking 1 billion rupture, by the way.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Oh, is this supposed to be Branch? I suppose this is supposed to be Bran.
바람처럼 가볍지만
Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, that's much closer than I thought. Good match. Jeez, don't most people usually lose steam the longer a fight gets? What the heck was that at the end? Two of them clashed with everything they learned, and with all they learned up until the lessons began. I thought for sure that Zhao Shichun would come out on top without breaking a sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity and the tough training Zhao Shichun had as family hierarch candidate, but perhaps thanks to the Night Drifter's teachings or thanks to that mark on his forehead. I saw a glimpse of Sinclair I'd only seen in a select few mirror worlds. You alright, Sinclair? Huh? Yeah, it's not like we were going at it with real weapons, and the fight ended before it got any further, thankfully, so I'm not hurt or anything. Feeling a bit fever on my forehead, though. Didn't seem like Sinclair noticed the single yet clear red line that appeared on his forehead. It's not like anything bad happened when that mark manifested back in La Mancha land, but considering that Damien and Rim were the only other people who'd ever shown that mark, I couldn't help but worry a little. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Where's this coming from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me you're a homebody, but there's something behind your eyes that tells me your life hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows. I wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home. Because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face the whole terrible world all on my own. That was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. You've been on top of your game your whole life, after all. I did leave Dagwan Yuan by my own volition, but if I'm being honest, there's something I never told Wei. I felt utterly lost. There was so much that I had to do, so much responsibility. I guess neither of us were ready for the world when we left home. Feel just as lost back home, though. And there's Heathcliff, too. He also left home. Some time ago, we paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. You've no idea how much of the journey back he spent gussying up and primping his hair. Something just came up. Class dismissed. Aw, poor Heathcliff. He has to go cry about Kathy some more. Fuck around to find out. Okay, we got Ren up to Alright, let's look at that new passive. Yeah. Auto gambling. Oh, right. That's pretty good. Okay. Probably these two again? Oh, right. Yeah, but this class doesn't give me anything I want, and this class doesn't really get me anything I want either. I only have a couple days left. Yeah, but this doesn't get me any green. I guess he gives green. I'm not going along with what you're saying. Are you gonna teach us any techniques? It's only been a few days since your training began, yet my other martial arts masters would teach me their secret techniques. That's what got you two pouting all lesson. Hoo-wee, now that that's some good wine. Very well, I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Tell me, what did I teach you as you swung your sticks? Forget all those that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. The slight friction from the tips of your toes, the ruffle of your clothes, your breaths, erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. Night Drifter stands before us, but his presence becomes hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget what the weapons in your hands. Forget your structured forms. Break the mold. Become the flow. Let only your will remain. Randomness seeps into his movements until all semblance of pattern becomes lost. There's something clownish about his unpredictable movements, but they are also hypnotic and floaty that Jiaoxichun and Sinclair couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force the direction of your heart. Empty your desires and intentions both. Stab without thinking. Penetrate without gazing. Both Jiaoxichun and Sinclair's necks were marked by small imprints of the twig that pressed their skin. And Zilu, who had been standing next to me all along, had leaped a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. And my neck hurts too. Guess I wasn't spared from the lesson. I wonder if this fits that saying Yi Sang mutters from time to time, to lose one's nose with eyes open. Immerse yourselves to make sure your descent is slow and gradual. We've been focusing entirely on the self with your swings thus far. You should find it quite easy to reach the state of emptiness of mind. Didn't I just say that one must take it slow and gradually? To empty your mind already, I'd have taught you my everything had you entered onto my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No, wait, I need to relax more. So our new hierarch has found herself the clue to the emptiness of form. What technique is this? It's all the just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give them those flashy names. A truly secret technique should come without one. Well, it's supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? This guy is thinking about his skill slots. In that case, it's some good wine indeed. I guess I'll go with something like Plastered Sleep, Unrestrained Ripples. That name sucks. The class comes to an end with an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Zilu, who had been observing the class from a distance, approached this in the Night Drifter. It's been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this, starting from its very fundamentals. Hardly can one find a pupil willing to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancements like the Veil. I'm only fortunate enough to have found 2 pupils who are indeed willing. Your gait, your tone. Were you among the 10 Blades of the East? Now, it seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't quite recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. The past is like smoke. I've long emptied any history worth delving into. Jeez. Fine, we'll do this then. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I can suddenly teach you guys to hear the fathoms of other people's hearts. Yeah, it's not like we can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? And that is precisely why I've installed this box called Messages from the Hearts by the door, here when the lessons first began. Messages from the Hearts? The greatest strength of the Messages from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here people can anonymously share the concerns they've been eating away at them without the fear of judgment. Yes, this seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings behind the masks of anonymity. The box is quite heavy, and it seems that everyone's been making quite the liberal use of this. Let's see, the one on the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Oi, I've got to ask, do those consultations even do anything? Does this mass anonymity even do anything? Also, what's the point of these messages anyway? If you gotta whinge at their face. Well, I ain't got much else to say, so I got one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night, so do something about that, yeah? Something about a smoking head over and over again? Point is, it's been getting on my nerves. If that doesn't even get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it in my own way. Deal with it how? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares harrow the executive manager with such useless, weak-minded complaints? If you're going to continue wasting the executive manager's precious time and cause them trouble, I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best prepare yourself for consequences. Oh, wow, it's like she's right here, speaking right into my ear. Never thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? I got proof too. I folded this piece of paper up into a padlock knot shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty bad job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing, my compass disappeared. It's the compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Belmort trenches. We're going to have to re-establish some house rules soon. The theft report, did one of you steal her compass or something? Nah, no way. We never steal from each other, no matter how hard things get. Something troubles me. Oh, finally someone submitted a real concern here. Was it the Type A wire that caused the explosion, or was it caused by replacing the clamp part from the shattering gear? Ah, the likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourselves with this message. Well, that's that, I guess. And this is this. Look, I felt I should really share this with everyone. This one might actually be something serious for once. I can't just let this slip away like let nothing happen, you know? This is Rodion. Yeah, I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping? No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? Ah, you're going to have to bring me up to speed on this. Yeah, I don't know how exactly... What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know exactly when this was, but there was a loud shattering noise outside at night, so we all ran to see what happened. But no one managed to find any credible clues, so I guess we just let it slide. Anywho, Dante said they were okay, so we just moved on from it, but I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. So, truth bullet, Rodion's account. What if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with one hand? You know what I mean? I'm trusting the anonymity thingy on this. Gregor, he wouldn't. The alarm clock, broken due to his shock. Shock at the time of the incident was pointing precisely at 22:32. And at that hour, only 2 individuals were awake for the night watch duty. Guys, is this turning into a whole investigation? Around 2200, one of the 2 individuals who were on the night watch duty was... Yeah, Miss Faust was one of them. Huh, hey Dante, didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Now that I think back on it, I did have a talk with Faust that day, briefly. Faust made a few criticisms on my command style, and she was right, but I pretended not to hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Faust actually held a grudge against me for that. I don't think anyone's noticed this, but I noticed a dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. As you know, manager, but there's only 2 among us who smoke. Who smoke. But one of them stayed put in his own room, you know what I mean? There's a witness, too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she'll come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. I shall prove unto thee that I am no cowardly weaver of lies. In truth, among numerous cosplays I had wished to accomplish was the duo of Captain Scorps and One-Eyed Navigator. Aha, to explain the lore of Captain Scorps, the tale beginneth verily in the year 757. Alas, the possibility of procuring a scorpion arm proved more dubious than one could have expected. Thus did I convince young Gregor to join forces with me, to cosplay together and capture our glorious forms in photographs, though 'twas a pity he had no pipe, only a cigarette between his teeth. And young Ishmael's compass was to be Captain's trinket, and for that purpose I had briefly borrowed it from her room. Oh, woe is me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna, another prop, and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. Despite my best efforts to restore it, a tunny aroma lingereth still. I beg thy forgiveness, Manager Esquire. Well, at least you know who took Ishmael's compass. Frustrating. DC. GWNN and MTL. Is this like a code? Sinclair, translation, please. Yeah, trying to parse that from written text is usually way harder. I normally try to read the speaker's tone and the general context of her words, so fortunately the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually gonna try to find the culprit? Nausea bubbled inside me like I'd just been reminded of a persistent itch I'd managed to forget. It's like someone shoved a tuning fork in my head. Guys. Alright, that's it. Clock head, read up. I'm gonna confront the sod and tell him to tell it like it is if there's something bugging him instead of whinging in his sleep. Now where is he? Hey, nice. I mean, looks like this anonymous person's trying to get to the bottom of this. Fare you well. It is I, the first sinner first in the order. Apologies are in order. Ever since the incident, I could hardly lull myself into a restful sleep. In truth, it was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. To explain this, one must first explore the... worry not what exists no longer. I will not embark on a multi-loquent ascribing of excuses. I write before you in shame and express my willingness to accept any punishment you see fit to dole out. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. What is the point of this? I can't believe the culprit was that sinner. Good thing he fessed up, but doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? What if he's just trying to take the heat? But it seems to me that number one sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's best we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh, hello, Dante. I was taking a walk near here when I found a piece of paper somebody tore off, so I'm returning it here. Hope it finds its way to the original writer. Thus returns the number one sinner's paper. This has to be the key to resolving this case. We're getting more Agatha Christie lore. The truth of what transpired. You ever find yourself wondering if that crackling fire-like thing on top of the manager's head is hot like real fire, or if it would not give off any heat? Curious, right? Don't worry about it, Yi-sang. It's not like we have any other way to tell other than touching it ourselves, haha. Indeed, unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. They're asleep, must have been pretty tired. Indeed, the ticking noise has shrunk in volume. It seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check while the manager is asleep? Yeah. Perhaps the sound of phlegm sinking past my gullet makes far too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. Yi-sang? The alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off. You have a minute at most. I shall interface with the timepiece. Look at you rats playing a played-out prank. And that is indeed the full tale of what has transpired. Under the lens of hindsight's illumination, it would almost appear that I'm making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easier on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of culpability myself. And that's where it ends. The culprit was right under our noses the whole time. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but Otis was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit that I couldn't bring myself to, I can't deny that. Tell you the truth in time. To tell you another truth, I think I might have an idea as to why I've made a student alongside Miss Shuchun. There must have been something that the company was expecting from me, but it's not showing up, so they must be making me take these classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their own issues and slowly overcoming them, while I'm still here feeling like I'm stagnating in place. You've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know. I just get the feeling that Chip might have sailed for me already. Kanto 3. It was clear to me that Sinclair wasn't just talking about physical training or his combat prowess, something that more than half the sinners had faced and were facing at this point, about his past and the path that lies ahead. The guilt and the pressure of having failed to confront it. The unconfronting, hold on, which one is that? Kanto 3. That's oh it. Oh my god, he's literally unconfronting right now. It was never gonna be easy for him to let go. I don't think anyone's got the perfect idea how the whole trajectory of their lives is gonna be. That's why we're all on the bus, isn't it? You know, you can just shout at me to get my act together like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will if I have to. Whatever that was, you guys managed to talk it out, huh? All I heard was that ticking noise. Sorry about that. What Dante said was, hey, don't bother. I just needed a quick glance at you to that look on your face to feel that tick-tock with my heart. Thus, the curious case of the alarm clock came to an end. So, what do you guys think Ryoshi was trying to say? Two culprits. Guy with nightly nightmares and my translator. I see. Sinclair and I sat there for a moment, absorbing the awkward silence. Okay, we got all to 800. Oh, morale is bad. Yeah. Finally, the 30 days of lessons were completed and the day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came out to bid good luck to Jashichun on her way to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will be able to complete this final exam just as excellently as you have all the others. As most likely you will be facing off against a skilled foe from the Shui or Shi family. Of course, you will doubtlessly wipe the floor with them. I've taught you all that I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. You got this, Shichun. Guys, you really didn't have to come out all here to see me off. Still, I have undying faith that you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, Zigong and I have prepared about 21 alternative solutions in case things go awry, so please don't worry yourself too much. Do you have faith in me or not? Upon our return to the classroom, we were greeted by an unexpected guest. Must be very nice to be Shichun, to have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. It had to have been a while since we last saw Shui Baochai, which was during the regular assembly. What are you doing here, big sis Baochai? I couldn't stop myself from paying you all a visit out of pity. If only Shichun and Bao Yu both smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. Please stop talking to me like that. I didn't know you could even say such a thing. Bao Yu, it has always been this way. The fruit has fully ripened, we have to seize it and taste its juices before anyone else. We can't just let go. We can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't. My parents couldn't. But you, who was born and raised on the very same soil we were, how did you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my eyes as the days go by fills me with abundance. I'm only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking for more or less. But how could one do nothing but watch, when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, big sis? I want to be closer, that my hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who sent you that guest lecturer? Chichun's palanquin isn't headed to the exam site, is it? No, it's not. It's headed to Big Sis Yuan Shun's exam site. Blasted scoundrels. Must hasten after the palanquin before I lose track of them. And Wei is just like, and I can turn into a horse. Wei sprinted outside before even Shui Baochai finished. A trap, huh? Fellas, shouldn't we also get going? Calm yourselves for a moment. Zigong swiftly came between us, clearly having taken a gauge of the situation. It has been too long since the palanquin has departed. It is better to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency. Though, a beast seems to have chosen the latter. I think I heard the faint sound of hooves coming from the direction Zigong was glancing in. This is what you've chosen. Yes, the exams she's taken thus far were all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my heart, as you've decided to follow yours. Bao Chai smiled sweetly. So now, what fragrance do you smell from me? I smell nothing. Bao Chai left the room wordlessly upon hearing that reply. Yippee! Okay. I would like to go to bed at like around 12, but I can stand another level. Oh god. $590. Oh, I missed one. Oh, nope. 69. Nice. A terrible jest Josh Yuan Chun plays down to the very last day. Too much time has passed already. I actually have the Ishmael, which she's just not leveled. I have already given her clan, including Wei, instructions to keep their eyes on the palanquin, as I observed much strangeness from the palanquin bearers. Yet there are many places to which one may covertly kidnap the family hierarch. Still, we have to. Your heart is still in a rush. I do not mean to imply that we will abandon her to her fate. Look, I have selected a few places on the map with the highest probability of being their destination. As the time is not on our side, the Heishopex and your team will have to mobilize separately to explore all possible options. Among them, I aim to send you toward this place. Indeed, the glorified internment camp upon Wan, now shut down. Pingan Residential Support Zone. It is a policy Jia Yuanchun and the former Jia Mu pursued. Policy was indefinitely tabled and the zone was closed off, as many voiced reluctance to pass it. But I find it hard to believe that Jia Yuanchun would admit defeat so easily. It is a secluded place, perfect to secretly bring harm to the family hierarch, not to mention the symbolic value it carries. I hope she's okay. Have some faith in your pupil. You have taught her to the best of your abilities, have you not? I trust that she will be able to fend for herself until our arrival. Yeah, we trained really, really hard for the entire month. The only reason Jia Yuanchun would employ such under-the-table tactics is because she knows that a fair match would not be in her favor. So let us yank her hand out from under the table and make her regret it. Fucking Christ. Oh, right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna equip you. And then who else? Someone's gotta have Wei Sang. No. Okay, and who's the other, like, good support event unit? Oh, it's the Rooster Sinclair. Yeah, I was gonna. That was the first thing I was gonna do because it's a free 3-star basically. It's something I don't have to shard later. And so what are we gonna do?
자,
You.
120번 홈런.
준비 출발합니다.
자,
각 정리요원은 위치로. 곧 열.
자, 풀 뜯을.
각 정.
자, 풀 뜯을 시간이다.
I
투입이군.
guess we can
자,
include
풀
fucking
뜯을
Marcel in
시간이다.
there.
차원 파동 장갑. 충전 완료.
We hurried ourselves along the winding passages of Hongwan. At first, I thought we might have been able to move faster had the Mephistopheles been here with us, but walking through the winding, irregular paths reminded me why palanquins were a thing in Hongwan. Already. Upon our arrival at the location Zigong pointed it out to us, something emerged from the dark. I figured, no, 2, 4, a small platoon of shadows. Damn it, we're surrounded. Oh, Sea Branch. The shadows slithered into physical form, lapping their purple serpentine arms at us. Sea Branch of the Heisho Packs. They don't belong to the family hierarchy. Boy, what now? What do you mean, what now? We can't sit here and waste any precious time. Come on, let's fight our way through this ambush. Ain't that usually my thing to suggest? Fighting's all about morale. Huh. Looks like the classes did have some effect. Sinclair's right. We don't have any time to waste.
가서 할 수 있는 건 다 해보고 오라고. 저보다 한 주먹거리도 안 되는 놈들이니까.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어. 출력 퇴비치.
This is the first time we've seen the Sea Branch, like, in the story.
자, 동료들이여. 자세를 갖추고 저들을
Isn't that what level are these
우리를
guys?
가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을
Oh,
향하여.
so they're not as strong as the Mao were. So that's a 4. Okay. Now that's a 6 res.
공격 범위 확인. 전부 찢어버리겠네. 부족해 차려졌지 않나.
거태. 타! 으타! 더 먹어치워라.
단체로 왜 저렇게
Okay.
떠들썩한 거야?
Now everyone should have
비싼데.
a healthy amount of charge. I'm gonna be excited to use my bleed team because that means I get to use fucking nails or whatever. I get to use whistles is awesome.
이런 건 몽둥이가
I love
약이지.
whistles. Great passive.
계획을 잊으셨나요?
집속불 내 갖춘 적.
Alright.
출력 최고일자.
Oh, does he?
이렇게 찾아갔어.
I don't have him equipped, though.
제압 완료. 승객 보관 준비.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크고 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다. 집속불 내
Good
갖춘 적.
night. This is, I'm gonna stop after this battle, too. You're right, it is late.
보관 준비.
Yep. I'll probably do it over. Oh, clever! Before you leave, I was thinking about over the weekend playing Hollow Knight because I've never played it before, and I was saving it until Silksong came out. Do you have any opinions if I played it over the weekend? Like, should I stream it or should I not stream it?
이렇게 찾아갔지 않아.
That's my question. Unless you don't care. Or if you're already gone. Oh well. Anyone can chat. Alright.
한결 낫네요.
아차! 차!
I'm getting a little hungry.
제압 완료. 승객 보관 준비.
Alright. Let's see. Any
생각보다
story?
그럴지 의외로 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분이지만 여러분의 노력도 나쁘지 않았어요.
Alright. I have 800 of the event currency. Well, how many nodes are there? I've gone through half of them. But I can't believe there's the same amount of nodes and fucking this node is like how long that is.
I mean, it's pretty quick. Then again, I had an entire Hey Show team, so it was very easy.
What, the rest of this?
I can't say. I'm not allowed to say. I'm just gonna wait till the next round.
Something crazy is probably gonna happen.
No, what? In an Intervallo, Josh?
Roland's
No.
gonna show up and he's gonna say, I'm gonna defend
I miss
the
my
past."
wife.
Yeah, he's gonna say, I miss my wife. And then he's gonna hit the gritty.
That he's gonna kill everybody. We
Yeah.
love him.
I
Hey.
might, yeah, tomorrow or Saturday I might come back. Oh, but Matt, I had the question I had for Clever. Should I stream Hollow Knight or should I just play it?
Well, you're also gonna stream Silk Song, are you not?
Well, if I stream Hollow Knight, I'm gonna stream Silk Song.
Then you should absolutely, because it's very linear, right? It's like you follow a path, you just go back and forth a lot. That's
Well,
pretty much it.
I'm just thinking. I don't know if Hollow Knight is really. I should probably end stream. Oh
Good
no!
night,
Wait, hold
Lou.
on. Let me
Oh.
see. Is there anyone? Nope. No one I follow is online.